Hello, hello. All right. Just open up the stream here on the left-hand side. Quick check to see if the mic works. Nice. Looks like it's working. Great. Okay. Um, what are we going to be doing today? Okay. I think the most important thing to do today, because I do have to get this in for tomorrow, at least make the modifications as I've suggested them for tomorrow, is to work on something that I had a little bit of time to work on the weekend, which is a key sharing service. Give you a little bit of more example on what I mean by that. Let's say you have your open API keys or something else, like you generated some token keys. You don't want to send them in plain text to someone else on a messaging platform. Totally fine. Your prerogative. What if we had a service that would store those keys and we have no idea what those keys are? We don't know who you are or anything like that, and we store that key for you, and we give you back that short link. You can password encrypt it if you want, and you send that link with the password now to whoever you need to, and then they can access the key. And then the key also expires after a certain amount of time, so that way it's not like stale in your conversations, and that short link automatically disappears. So that's the general idea here, is to make something like that. And I've already started on it to an extent. Let me pull up my code here. One sec. I think this is the repo. Yeah. So this is what I got going on right now. It is halfway done, I would say. Not totally done, but quite a bit through. Let me just delete some of this other stuff here. So this was actually a take-home assignment given to me. Um, I'll probably clean a lot of this stuff out from in here while I'm working on it. So yeah, they gave me quite a few things here. One was like a front end and a back end, the Postgres database. For some reason, they gave me an SMTP server. I'm assuming that's for a different thing that you might want an SMTP server for. I didn't really understand, and it wasn't really dictated to me why you would want an email service for it. I could see that you would maybe want to like automatically send the email by listing it there. Um, yeah, I just don't really give a fuck enough to do that. So too bad, so sad. Um, so yeah, let's continue some work on here. I think the first thing I want to work on right now is, let's see, do I have the node modules installed? Yeah, I do. So the first thing is I want to modify my just file. I think I already have. Let's see what happens if I run just install right now. Great. Okay, that works exactly as I expected. So, let's go down here so we can delete this section here. Remove that. Now, build and start services. Actually, we'll keep this section here. I'll just change it so that we just tell them to use just install here. And then for this part, we can tell them to use just up. And then to stop them, you can do just down. And we'll say many of the common development commands uh, are are documented in the just file. I'll link to that. Good. Default ports. I don't really think that you should need to care about this? Maybe you do. I'm gonna just delete the IMTP one or the SMTP one. I don't really care about that one. And we'll remove this one right here. Okay, and then we'll remove the SMTP server as well. Um, yeah, great. And then now there's this TOC. Now, I wonder what this renders like. So if I go to github.com, Mahir Mirsha, take home boilerplate. The fuck did I call it then? Hmm. Oh yeah, I changed my profile picture to match my uh to match everything else. It's looking pretty nice right now. Um, I do like this here, and all my links are here now. I should probably add my Blue Sky. I don't really use Blue Sky. I actually made myself my first Blue Sky account, and I also bridged over my Mastodon just in case, so that if in the future Mastodon does go down, I don't think it will, that I at least have the Blue Sky backup. But if people on Blue Sky can now interact with me through that Blue Sky bridge, so that's pretty cool. Okay, so let's see here. Where are we gonna go? We're gonna go to repositories. That's what it was. Okay. Yeah. So I think we can probably, do we need all this stuff here? Table of contents, honestly, it's not a bad idea to keep around. I'm gonna call this small. That's the name I'm gonna give it. Small um secret sharing service. And the idea behind the name small is that it just gives you a short link for it. Um, Nothing else really to it. Okay, so let's add everything. We'll remove that part. We'll say docs edit out SMTP server stuff and README, and then we'll add here docs update project name. Next thing I probably want to do here is I'll want to add a description and then edit this stuff here. Let me go ahead and do that. We'll open up a non-privileged window or non-private window. Bring that up here. And here we'll go to my repos. Made myself a milkshake today, so I'm pretty chill about that. Loving it. A little bit of protein in there too, just because why not? It's good stuff. You need a little bit of protein. Okay, let's go here. We're gonna remove this stuff. We'll probably keep releases. Call this secret sharing, secret management, ReactJS, ExpressJS. What else would a thing want to do? Docker. I don't think we care really about the Docker. Obviously, it has a Docker. And then later I can host this on a website. Can I host this on a website? I cannot because I won't have a backend. Not yet, at least. I still have to figure out the DDNS stuff with my ISP provider to figure that stuff out. Okay. Description. Um, Share your secrets. Share API key secrets with others outside of your chats. securely share API keys secrets outside of chat communications. Fantastic. Okay, so that updates that. Um, so we can remove this. An API built with ExpressJS front end with that. I'll remove the code base walkthrough. Prereqs we don't really care about. What do these new lines look like in the repo? Yeah, I don't know if I agree with those. Let's remove them. Okay. Step instructions. Download the repository. Navigate, install dependencies, start the development environment. Yeah, I don't really care about this stuff. So let's do 40DD. What? How did that not work? So I should be able to do 38DD. There we go. 2DD. Perfect. I've just been doing some more of the Vim tutor stuff, so I've been learning a little bit more on the better ways to do it. I always used to like just manually go down. Now I'm just learning about how to do and just really reminding myself what the proper Vim motions are for a lot of these things. Okay, database migrations. Okay. Let's remove those. 16, oh, 16J, 2DD, PG admin. I don't really care about that. Okay, let's just commit this and see what that looks like. So we'll just say docs, clean up, readme, make it sound less like the instructions of an assignment. Okay, let's switch over to the stability branch. Let's delete this. What's servers? The hell is this? Who uses servers.json? PG admin. Oh, this is where they put all the username stuff. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Okay. Did not know that. Okay, so I guess we can also remove the makefile. I don't really care about the makefile. Um, so let's amend that into that commit. And I'll just do a chore here. Remove makefile. Chads use just files. JK. Just force push it. Thank you. There we go. Let's see what that looks like. Nice. That doesn't look too bad. I don't think this really matters when you have this local access links on, so we can remove that. Let's do 29K 2DD G. Um, what's the command for doing it upwards? 5KD? No. Hmm. Okay. Let's just do shift. Let's do 400 DD. Great. Remove repetition. Rep. How do you spell repetition? Am I dumb? Repetition. That's not it. Oh, okay. And port numbers. Great. Send that. I should also probably put some sort of background music for my streams. The Primogen does that quite a bit, and I did like watching him do some of the coding. And I think that's the probably a next step up from here is to have some sort of background music. We'll do that on Thursday. Yeah, we'll do that on Thursday. I think that'll be a good idea because it's just chatting on Thursday, so that'll give me some time to talk with you guys and come up with like good um, song ideas, I guess. Because I can't have any copyrighted songs if I'm not mistaken, because Twitch still has those copyright annoyances that YouTube does. Plus, I upload my VODs to YouTube, and I don't want to do the extra work of stripping out music in those. So, just a couple of things to keep in mind there. Do I really care about the services overview? No, I guess I do not. I really only care about this overview. I don't really care about what the services do. Oh, I misspelled that. Yeah, I don't really care about what the services do. So let's just remove all those. It's 48 DD, 20 DD. Great. Docs, remove services overview. And where did we edit this stuff here? I think it was this one. Yeah, there you go. Just a quick rebase, quick edit. Nobody saw that. It's too quick. They couldn't have pulled it down into other branches yet. Given how small this has become, I think I'm going to remove the table of contents too. Fantastic. So we should probably not be committing the M files. No.js, good ignore. Let's copy this here. Fuck. Okay. Um Oh, that's why I have two versions in there. Okay. We'll just say stop tracking unrelated files. Yeah, Node.js cred, that's what we'll call it. Okay, and then let's go here. I think I need to ask GPT how to purge a file from history. Yeah, let me just quickly ask it. Hi, GPT son, how do I purge all of the commits where my .m file was being tracked in my Git history? Jesus, seriously? See if it's on Brew. Should be. Most things are. Hmm. Very nice. What? How the fuck did it remove it and not force me to? Excuse me, what? Whoops. Okay. How do I set my current repo as the de facto using GH GitHub CLI? I basically have a repo and I want to authenticate and I don't know how to phrase that better. Okay, I think it's just this command. So this will be I hear mirror shad in physical assignment. Now if we do lazy git here, yeah, let's push that. Nice. So if I switch over to, yeah, great. Oh, it's such a good command. Just be able to filter through your entire repo like that. Very dangerous though. The fact that it just like removes the links to your upstream repo just seems kind of weird. Um, but I guess it makes sense because it doesn't want to assume that I can push it up and pull it back down. Yeah. Okay, so the next steps here will be, shit, where's my thing here? So the problem that I was having before is that I do have all these outputs defined. It's just that um, like I have all my inputs defined. They just don't work for some reason, even with my tests. So we're gonna look into that and see what's going on there. Um, yeah, we have this command here called npm test. Let's just run that. Let's cd into server and just run npm test, which matches what we would expect, right? Let's just read through these. And we'll open up the REST API file to check it as well. I think one thing we need to do on the side here, aside from all this, is let's just have the server running. Let's just do just up. Oh, what the hell? Let's do just up. There we go. Fantastic. Let's open up Insomnia. A lot of people ask me why I use Insomnia instead of Postman. It's just because I used Postman on my first time, like back at my first internship. I really did not like that. I mean, they were great people at that internship place, but it was just not my style. I didn't like using Postman. It was very legacy code, but fantastic people. I mean, I'm very thankful to them. Okay, let's just do continue. Let's log into Insomnia. Ah, every fucking time. This thing. Let me just do it in Chrome. Something's up with my Firefox. I've been listening to a nice song these past couple of days. It's called Love in Portofino. Really nice song. I fell in love in Portofino. Fantastic song. Let's do this one. Andrea Bocchieri. I think that's how you say it. Andrea Bocchieri? Bocchieri? It's an Italian song, uh, obviously. But there's also French in it, which is very interesting. Like this part is all Italian, and then this part is all French. Um, yeah, great song. And I don't know if this is like the original singer, like Andrea's the original singer. But everything tells me that it's this other person named Dalida, which is a very pretty name actually. Dalida. Very Italian too. Okay. So let's open back up Chrome here. I had my Chrome instance open. Manually enter token login. Damn it, and it updated. Now all my files are gone. Okay, that's fine. Let's just do local vault and we'll call this small. Um, okay, let's go into small. Come up, please. Thank you. Uh, New document? Nope. How do you enter into this? Damn, this is really unintuitive. Um, do I have to call this small? Yes, so. Oh, okay. Ridiculous. Personal projects. Who needs this level of like fucking testing? Christ. Okay. So let's take a look at our API endpoints that we have here. There's only three. So of course, when you look into the website, right, you log in, you're gonna have an endpoint, which is your REST endpoint, but sorry, your front end endpoint. But these are all of our back end endpoints. So we have a post create. Then we have, um, I wonder if I should just call it create. Um, Create short link. Um, we'll call this read short link, and then we'll call this one read protected short link. And so this is going to be a post request unintuitively, and this is going to be a post request. Let's reorder these. Okay, so create short link here. Just go back into here. So this is going to look like the following. It's going to be on our HTTP localhost. What is the backend here? 8,000? Good thing we kept that in the README, eh? All right, let's take a look. Yeah, backend's 8,000. So localhost 8,000 API create, and the body will look like this one here. So we have a JSON body. JSON body will look like content as this, and then you have expiration, which will look like the following: amount, which should be a number, and then value, which is something like that. Damn, a month is a long time. Or sorry, that's minutes. And then you have a optional password field. Okay. Then your read short link doesn't need anything in here, and then this one just needs a password. And the endpoints for these are fairly similar, so we'll just have API. I think it was API share. Yeah. And then share short link, and then that's where the short link goes into. Okay, great. So let's open up the database. So that was hosted on 5050 r/5050. No, don't go there. Bad idea. What was the servers? I think it was just in physical pass. No, how was it? It is probably on the main page. Physical assignment. PG admin at example.com. That's what it is. I had a feeling it was something at example.com, but the actual password to the database itself is physical. Okay, and then we go into schemas, public, tables, secrets, columns. Don't actually remember how you took a look inside of it, to be completely honest. That part's still a little foreign to me. PG admin view rows. Nope, nothing there. View edit data menu. Why don't I see the view edit data menu though? Object, ERD. View? Oh, that wasn't very helpful. Select star from secrets. Maybe that'll work. Let's see what this does. Nothing in there currently. Interesting. I don't remember wiping out the DB anyways. Let's just see what happens. Let's put a body in here. Let's say my content is my super secret. We don't even need the super part. My secret. And let's say the expiration is in 1 hour from now. And I don't want to give it a password for now. Let's send. Okay, we got a 200 okay with our short link. And okay, we do see our fragments in here. So no hash, a timestamp. Why is the hash saying null as an array? Um, that's kind of weird. Maybe it's just a side effect of how it's displayed. And then we have the fragments of the actual keys themselves. Only have a short ID. Okay, and then the timestamp is what time is it right now? UTC. Time now UTC. 11:45. Yep. Okay. The expires out, it's working correctly. Um, so that lines up pretty well. Okay, so then now we have our short link. So we should be able to take this short link. And I don't think we actually need to be returning the short link like that. I think that's actually a really dumb idea because then we have to know what the port of the front end is, whereas we don't need to know it. Let's refactor this real quick. Um, so where do we use short link? We're just gonna call this ID for now. Oh, we return it as short ID. Great. Let's just do a test. This is definitely gonna fail some tests. Yeah, so we just need to modify those tests. Still getting two fails. I guess that's for the matches here. There we go. Great. Looks like that's passing. Let's commit those changes. Refactor only pass back short ID. And then in the front end, that goes to not main, home page.tsx. Yeah. So this short link here should be HTTP localhost the port /share, like that. And then in here, it should be process env dot. I forget what it was here. How did we get the port? Front and base. We just need to change this to back end base. And then let's just change this to 3000. We'll have to come back and refactor this. Um, let's just refactor this here back. Front and base URL. Publish this on. Base API URL. Backend base URL. Okay. All right. So shit. Okay. Speaking of, I forget how we got back there. How did we get to the part where we were doing? And this is one. Select star from sequence. Great. So I think, what else do we need to do? I think another smart thing would be just to add like some randomness in the back of each of the strings, but I think that's a little bit overkill. Let's for now focus on just fixing this up, and then we'll come back to that. I'm just gonna head quick to the washroom. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Wait, I'll probably try to cut that out in the VOD, but this smoothie pretty hard, so nature calls. Okay, let's see. What is there to currently do? Um, let's see. Probably let's just check this change that we made here to the creating the short link. Let's put this one for 2 hours. Why not? Send. Great, and we get back the ID. Perfect. So that's kind of how we expected this to go. And now if we go back to our test, npm run, or we should go into server and then run npm run test here. Yep, as expected. And then so that kind of works how we expect. No. Um, so parsed is this. So what if I send in something like this? This should give me a 400 error. Yes. Invalid enum value expected that, received that. Perfect. So let's put that back to H and let's just remove the value altogether. That should give us another 400. Yep. That. Yep. Move that. Oh, there we go. Good. Almost looks like a live ink. Interesting. Okay, let's run the database query. Good. Um, there was another thing that we forgot to do, which was actually to um do the case where it already exists in the database, the short ID. So we're gonna have to do that to do here. We'll get back to that. It's a good thing it's marked. So we have const and all that expires, calculate the expiry, do the Shamir split, get the number of shares on the threshold, get the shares hex, get the hash stored in the database. Perfect. Um, okay. So now the question becomes, can we read from this database? Let's go to our get API here. So the short link is aliving. Go to params, set the param. And so how does this work? We should be able to just send this and it should stay in the database. So it's going to get the short ID from the params list. I'm going to try to find it. So first off, this should give us a 404 not found. Perfect. Then now that it does find it, it should just straight up give us this back because it wouldn't have expired yet. Why did that just fail? Unexpected number in JSON? What the fuck? Okay, let's kill the database. Just down. Just down dash v. There was an argument here in just files to add your own args. Just file var args. Okay, let's start args. There we go. Perfect. Just done. So let's create this again. Nope, hasn't started up yet. There we go. 200 okay. Let's grab the short link ID, paste the ID in here, and let's send. Again, error. Unexpected JSON at position 1. What does that mean? So let's select star from secrets. What does this mean? Doesn't want to parse it. Why is this the case? Let's ask GPT-san. Hi, GPT-san, why is this not? Okay. Let's just do a console.log for the shares here. What does this mean? If I do this should work. There we go. And then I can do SSS dot split. And then we just need to do const buffer equals buffer dot from my secret UTF-8. Let's print the buffer. And then we do SSS dot split buffer 5. Was it SSS split buffer shares 5 threshold 5? Shares 5 threshold 5. So we call this const parts. That's our parts. Okay. Now we need to split map those. And let's just do JSON stringify parts hex. So if it is parsing it and it's mapping it into the parts, why is it not sending it back into the format that we expect? So we're putting the fragments as such as JSON stringified objects, and I can see it as such here, but for some reason it's not sending that back over. And my thought here is something is going wrong in the decoding because if I do JSON.parse here and I paste that straight in, of course it's going to give me that error. But if I do JSON.parse and I put this whole thing in bracket in those, see, fuck, it doesn't quite work out the way I'm wanting it to right now. Let's see. Can I copy this as a string? No, not right now. Maybe I can do JSON.parse like this. But it doesn't let me go to the previous lines. So I think that's what's happening here. It's that when it's pulling it out of the database, it's storing it as JSON-B instead of a string. And what we should be storing into the database is actually a string value, because that's just what it is. Um, but it's fine if it's JSON like this. The problem is if it's JSON like this, then we just need to straight out pull it out of here, I think. So where we're doing this part, where are we? When we're doing this JSON stringify, I don't necessarily even think that we need to do the JSON stringification here. And if we do, I don't think we need to do the parsing down here. That's my thought. Let's take a look at the type on fragments. Okay, we don't have a type on fragments, but let's just clear this out and do secret dot fragments, and let's just see if that works. So let's bring this back out and let's test this URL. We'll do a 200, give us back the short link. We'll go to read this short link, paste that in there, and it crashed again. Again, it says unexpected number in JSON at position 1. Why is that happening? The likely case is that it is taking this out of a string format and just parsing it straight away into there. Um, Let me do something like this. Console.log secret fragments. Let's just see what that brings back to us. So we know it's going to crash, but let's inspect it. It says undefined one. What does that mean? Maybe it didn't come down correctly. Let's do just down V, and then let's do just up. Okay, and this is going to prompt me to log back into pgadmin. Oh, for real? Why is that the case? Okay, it's coming back up. And then let's go here. We got our new link. Let's do admin at example.com to pass. Take a look at our physical DB. Physical. Let's go to our query tool. So we need to click on the database that we want to look at, query it. Then we do select star from secrets. Send that. Okay, so that's our JSON-B fragment. This is exactly what I would expect though, right? Now the problem is that I kind of forget what this JSON-B exactly means straight off the bat. We've defined it here, and I always just thought that it just means straight JSON, but maybe that's where the mistake is coming in from, is that it's not just pure JSON. It might be like something else going on here entirely. Okay, so we got our ID. Now let's put it into our short link and try to read that out. Okay, course gives me an error. Okay, so here is the output. Um, that is our numbers, and they're getting stored as numbers, but they shouldn't be. So what entirely gives? So maybe what we should do here is we should just change this into a string. Let me just first check what JSON-B is. What is JSON-B in PostgreSQL? JSON-B stands for JSON binary. Depending on whom you ask, is a decomposed binary format to store JSON. It supports JSON data and it's very efficient. Okay, well in that case, then that's exactly what we want. So why are we having to do this whole JSON stringification when we put it in there? Because if I'm not mistaken, our output coming out of it is not, doesn't look like JSON. CD into server. Let's do node. Let's pull it back in. So we have to go to this part where I import Shamir. Then I define my buffer. Where's the buffer? And then now we need to split out my buffer. Or before that, we need to go to splitting out using Shamir's secret sharing. Yeah. And then we just call this const shares equals. And now shares looks like this. So then we just need to map shares over into a hex format. Now I'm just wondering, actually, for my own curiosity, why don't we just store the shares themselves into the JSON array? Like if I do JSON dot stringify shares, what does that give me? Type buffer data. So what happens if I do JSON dot parse of that? Not quite exactly what I wanted. But is that the format that it actually expects it for Shamir's algorithm? That might be where I am going wrong here. Let's take a look. So where I do this, I do reassemble secret. Reassemble secret says takes the shares buffers from hex and then brings it back over and then combines those shared buffers back together and then sends you back the recovered buffer as a toString. Speaking of which, this should probably just have been a single one-liner, but we'll keep it as such. Okay, so it does expect it to be a hex here. Now, what that means is I need to convert this into a hex. So let's go back up into our previous commands here, and I should be able to set this like that. So I can define shares hex. Oh, um, damn it. One sec. I should really just use let in the interactive terminal here. I'm not sure why I'm not doing that, to be honest. Okay, and then let's do buffer. That's fine. But for the shares themselves, let's just do this as let. And then let's do let shares hex. Good. And then now if we type out shares hex, good. That's what we want. So this shares hex is the point where we are actually getting it. So we have it, and then we're going to be storing it as a JSON stringify in the database. Um, so let's just do JSON stringify shares hex. Good. And just for sanity check, we're gonna get this part here, and we're gonna do a console.log JSON stringify shares hex. Just as a little sanity check that we're actually doing things properly. So let's just run this, give it time to come up, and we'll create a new short link here. Okay, yeah, so that's exactly what we expect. And if we take a look here, this one starts in 08. And if we take a look at our output here, yeah, this one starts at 08 as well. Ends in slightly different numbers. And I just assume that's the magic of Shamir's algorithm, so that it's slightly randomized in the outputs. Yeah. Okay, cool. Um, so that's working well. So now if we go and try to pull that out of the database with a get, so I should put a um, so we log the JSON stringify. Let's just do a console log here just for straight up secret dot fragments. So this I would expect to give me exactly what we had earlier in the output. So you can see here we have E9, E9, DF, DF, and it's the same array as the previous one. So that all is working as expected. So now the question becomes, if this is coming out as that same JSON stringify, then I should be able to JSON parse this, correct? Like that makes logical sense to me. Um, so let's go over here. And if I put this right here and I do console log JSON.parse secret.fragments, that line should work. And then I'm just going to do a console log break so that I know I can split it out in the output here. Okay, let's do another send. Okay, so the fact that it didn't give me the break command tells me that it's likely not being executed. And I can confirm that by putting another one at the top here and then doing another send. And you can see here that it does come out. So the line is definitely becoming the problem. Yeah, like the problem is definitely this line here where we are pulling this out. So maybe this is actually just getting stored straight up as a JSON object. In which case, then that means that I can remove this part, and since fragments is expected to be a array of strings, then I can feel pretty comfortable in doing this, right? Um, because that's basically, we're just basically printing out shares hex. Now, for shares hex, we need to go to reassemble secret. And in reassemble secret, we just need to do this mapping of shares hex. So we need to go here and we do shares hex dot map and then map that over. And we got a huge bunch of buffers. And if we go into that, we just need to do SSS combine on those. SSS combine on the buffers. And now that we've combined them together, then we just need to do that to string. And there we go. So that's likely what the error is here. Now to actually confirm that. So if I remove all that, and it's been loaded in, and I'm just going to do a quick sanity check here by putting console log sanity. And then now if I execute this, there we go. I'm not sure where that error was coming out before and why I was doing it with the JSON parse there. I actually even wonder if I need to do this JSON stringify here. Let's experiment with that. So I'm just going to put shares hex here for now. Let's see what happens there. And we'll remove that console log statement. And let's confirm that that's the only change going on here. So remove JSON stringify, JSON parse. Oh, and then we'll just remove this down here as well. Good. So we remove the JSON parses, and now we're just testing this. Okay. So let's go to PG admin again. It's going to ask us to log back in, admin at example.com, pass, go into our database again, in physical. Oh, interesting. It didn't ask me to log out this time, or log into the database. Let's go to the query tool, select star from secrets, run that. Okay, and let's do another creation of the secrets. Interesting. Son of a bitch. Why is this happening? It doesn't want to insert it into the database as straight up. Okay, well that's fine. But it does mean we figured out the problem here, so we can just remove those two lines. And now I think everything should work perfectly. What an annoying error. I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT about that. To confirm, when writing to a database with JSON B with P-SQL, why why do I have to run JSON.stringify when inserting, but the result does not need a JSON parse? Comes down to how Postgres handles JSON B data internally. Um, okay. This ensures Postgres receives a valid JSON string. Postgres automatically converts the JSON B back into a JavaScript object using node Postgres. Since Postgres automatically deserializes it, calling this is unnecessary. That's so fucking unintuitive. If it's smart enough to deserialize it, why can it not serialize it for you? I guess there's maybe some assumptions in serialization that go on, but still, that's so dumb. Because I don't think I thought stringify would be idempotent, so if you ran stringify 100 times over the same thing, it would still say the same, but maybe that's not the case. Because it's not the case for parsing, for sure. Okay, so let's call that a fix. We'll call that fix. Proper avoid parsing returned JSON from DB. Apparently, P-SQL will automatically deserialize a JSON B field. Okay, cool. Let's go back into our just file here and we'll do a chore add ability for var args in down command. Okay, so with that, I think I can close this terminal. And we can close the helper script. We can close this. Interestingly, my test doesn't catch that, but I'm not testing the database, so that does make sense. Um, I'm only testing the backend itself. So with all that, I'm not even testing the helpers at all either. I'm only testing the backend, which is not a great idea, but like one thing I've learned at work right now is that when you are developing an interface, you should test only the interface, not the internals of the interface, because nobody really cares about how you've developed the internals. At the end of the day, anybody consuming your API should have a set of intuitive contracts that they can take a look at, and they should be taking a look at your tests for the API to see that they're not making any mistakes on their usage of your API. I think something recent came out about like bcrypt or something like that, where they had made a very unintuitive API where it actually like cuts off your string maybe after like 58 characters. So a lot of people made an assumption about that, that it would just like take everything into account, and it only took the first 58 into account, and that led into a vulnerability. So it's all about when you're writing software, write your contracts in a way that is super intuitive to the user. And if it isn't, you're writing bad programs. And I take that like pretty seriously because that does lead to lots of issues down the line, lots of headaches, lots of time, and most importantly, money, because you're paying all these devs all this time that they're working on things. So get them to work on things that actually bring value to your business, not because they're being short-sighted in their design decisions. So the reading the short link works, and we can see that works perfectly fine. Now let's bring down the database. Let's delete the database. We'll do that with just down with a V flag. That's gonna make us relog in, but that's fine. We're gonna do just up. Okay. So now that that's done, let's relog into the database here. We'll wait for that to come up. And what I want to try to do this time is I want to test this expiry. So we're going to set this to expire after 1 minute. So it's going to first convert our time into UTC. The reason that it's converting our time into UTC is like if you can uh, imagine this as a global service, what's going to be happening here is that it will take in your secret at that time, convert it into an international time, which is that Zulu UTC 0, and then those databases might be stored all over the globe. And each database actually has its own internal timestamp. So the problem is if you do like database.now in there, it can be different than the now of the server that was running the backend. So you always want to do your post processing usually on the server side, or if not, you can put it into the database, but then you can't really do any logic in there unless you write like procedures. All that to say that I would rather right now to do it all on the server side and then put it into the database than the other way around. But of course, as I said, like there are things called SQL procedures, and that's like a level of fucking SQL that I never really want to ever get into. Maybe some people enjoy this, and these are actual backend people. I'm a pretty fake full stack developer. I just know how to go up and down the stack as I need. But you can create procedures like this if you're a real backend designer and you know how to like use all this. And it basically says like you can create functions and all that when you're inserting stuff. And there's another thing called transactions. I just don't know enough about it, and I don't really care enough about it to do it. Um, but I do know that it exists. Okay, so let's go into our physical database. Let's pull up the query tool. And right now we should have no rows in our secret. Great. So let's pull this back. Now let's set this to 1 minute. So if I run this query again, so you can see right now it's 1905 plus 5 hours becomes 106 in Britain right now. So in about 1 minute from now, this should expire. Now, what I'm expecting here to happen when it does expire is that we just want essentially it to auto prune, and that's a feature that we'll be adding later on as well, is to auto prune some of this stuff. Um, but we just need to fix that up for now, just when you call it on that short link and it doesn't exist, that you expire it. So how that works in the code is if you do this get request here and it is an expiry, even though that it might have been in the database at that point, I am going to tell you that it's not been found. Now there's like a argument here to use gone request here, um, and I don't like that. So I'm going to change this to not found as well. And let's do find gone here. We'll change that to not found. And let's just make sure that our tests are still passing. Yep. And we'll refactor this. So we'll say refactor used HTTP not found instead of HTTP gone. Good. Let's push this up to the branch just for peace of mind. And let's also do these changes on the front end. We'll say to backend. Good. So now it's been about a minute, I think. Yeah, it's 7:07. So if I do a get on this short link here, so let's go to params. They should now give me like a 404 not found. Fuck. Okay, why did that happen? So why did this give me back the answer when it shouldn't have? Maybe if I read it again? No. Still really likes to give me back the answer, even though this should be expiring. And I do have tests to make sure that it does expire. Where are those tests? Dot now. Expire? Should return 410 if it expires. Actually, this should be 404 now. And I have to add that into here. Okay, let me just rebase it. It should return 404. And then let's append that to this commit and continue. Good. Whoops. Okay, one sec. I think I rebased too much. Okay, and then let's go back into here. There we go. 410, change this to 404. Perfect. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what I did there. Okay. Um, so expired. It's like it should return not found expired, and we have tested this here, right? Like we said that take the date dot now, make it 1,000 in the past, and then when you try to go into the database, it should return as like that expired secret. And then when you do it again, it should say not found. So I wonder why this is not working. This test is not working. I'm gonna go a little silent here while I think about this. Yeah, I don't really get it because if we take a look where we're doing this, oh, this is the post. Where's the 404 get? There we go. So you're doing expired one, new date, date.now, minus 10,000 to ISO string. Then your, okay, okay, let's just see if the tests are still passing. npm run test. Yeah, tests are still passing. Um, remove unnecessary comments. So the question is, why isn't this working and why are my tests not capturing this? Now, if we take a look at the actual body, maybe we'll get some hints here. So we go into our database and we try to look up a secret and we try to get the first. If the secret is not there, then we're going to take a look now and then we're going to try to do the delete operation on it. Which makes sense because we will have pulled this out first, which gives us this not found. And then we would have had to call it a second time here into the database, right? That makes sense to me. When in doubt, write console statements. Okay, so let's just do some debugging here. Console.log short ID. Let's get the short ID first. Then we're going to do console.log for the secret itself. And then I also want to do a console.log for now. So let's do console.log now. And then now let's do the 200. Okay, so we got our short ID. Yep, that's expected. Short ID expires at, and this is the current time. So we're at 1:15. This is at 1:06. Now, for some reason, our condition here is not getting called. Now, why is that? Maybe it's because we're converting it into a string. Actually, likely it is because we're converting it into a string. So we need to change this so that it's not returning a string, that it is actually returning what we expect it to be returning. And I think this is just a coincidence of the date actually working and not something that we should expect. Yes. So this is probably the error here that we didn't actually do the date correctly. So, um, let's go into, whoops, yeah, that failed a lot of fucking tests. Because they're all going to error out because you can't compare them together. Now, if I do a term here and I do cd into server node and then we do new date, great. And so that's the date, and we just say t1 equals, let's say let t1 equals new date. Oops, I spelled that. Why does the let not work? Let t2 equals new date. And then now if we do t1 and we do t2, right? So t2 is slightly bigger. If I do t1 to ISO string, right, is greater than t2 to ISO string, it shows up as false. Now if I just do straight up t1 greater than t2, it's also false. But I'm wondering if I do T1 to ISO string, how do I convert that back into a date? Do I just do new date and then pass it in like that? Oh yeah. So in our case here, could I just do new date like so? And then that way, they're both datetime objects. Now, if I go to my tests, they should be passing. Yes, they are. Okay, so that was likely the error of what was going on here. So do we even need now? Is now used anywhere else here? It is not. So what I can probably do, but I do think it is pretty better. It's like it's better to have it there than not to have it. So we're gonna do that, and then we're just going to strip away this part. I'm gonna do new date. Great. Now let's confirm that that works. There we go. Properly compare dates and expire lead. Okay. So the next part that I don't like here is probably the repetition and checking of the secret and um, the expiry. So I think I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to give me a suggestion on how I can refactor this. Oops, forgot you can't do that. Hey GPT-san, can you give me a suggestion on how to refactor my code? I want to refactor out this common version. Do you agree or not? Let's see what it says. Yeah, that's true. That's what I thought so. Because I just had to fix it in two places instead of one. So, yeah, okay. Um, Take a look at the contract here. The other thing is that I don't get the type hints by doing this, so I'm not entirely sure that this is a great idea. We'll see. So we can just do if secret equals null here instead. I think that's kind of clear. Yeah, I think that's what we should do. I don't know, because the helper would be going somewhere too. Hmm. what to do. Maybe the problem here that we should be doing instead is somehow doing something about this like secret hash part, maybe? I'm not sure. But the secret hash is also here as well. So forbidden, not found. Are my tests still passing? They are. I don't know. For now, let's not worry about it. Again, this is just a proof of concept explanation. Maybe we can give it a reason later on. But the fact that it is working and it's not found is good for news for us. So let's just make another one. Actually, let's just test the database to make sure that it actually did get deleted. Yeah, it is deleted. So now if we run our create one more time and then we run this query, you can see that it's set for 125. So in about 1 minute from now, it's going to delete. So if we run our get link right now, it should be perfectly fine. Let's use the actual correct answer. The short link. And yep, it'll return 200 OK. Now in about half a minute from now, this should be giving us a 404 not found. And then from there, we'll be checking the passwordness feature. Come on. 4.0, I don't know. It's because it's a little faster, I would say. Um, oh 01 and oh 03 are pretty decent. Honestly, I'm just thinking of moving away from GPT altogether and moving to Claude or DeepSeek. It just really depends on the offering. I might also ask my work to pay for it because I use it so much at work too. There we go. 404 not found. Okay, great. So this is how I expect it to work. And now if we run the database again, we can see that it's not in the database. So going back here, we want to add a new parameter to our body of our request, and this is going to be that password field. So we're going to say password, and we'll say my password. We'll send that in. Great. From a minute from now, it should be telling us that it's expired, but for now, um, let's just check that it gives us an unauthorized response here. So it's going to tell us fuck off. Yeah, it is. It says password required. So now if we put this short link in here and in the body we say my password, then now it should give back our response that we expect. There we go. And if we type the password in slightly wrong, incorrect password, exactum window. And it's still in the database. There you go. And in about a minute from now, that'll also disappear. And then what we have left to do is create the front end. Let me check my notes here. What else do I got to do for this? Um, well, there is that to do there, and then there's also um, auto pruning that we need to think about how we do auto pruning on this stuff. Because sometimes, let's say nobody ever touches it, then we get all this CRUD in the database storing up, and I would like to not have that CRUD in there if possible. Fragment secrets and then reconnect together. Retrieve fragments and assemble in the correct order. Yep. Scalability comments. Yep, I did do that. Rate limiting. Oh yeah, rate limiting is one of the things that we need to do here. Page splash, page spin. Yeah, so we also probably want to change the password field into a confirm password field. And actually, O3 is really good at doing the web design now, almost to the point that I don't even care of not doing it myself. Okay, now I should get this found. Perfect. Great. So it looks like our back end is working as expected, which is great. So we can remove those, check if we have any changes. Nope, let's push those up. Now let's move to editing the front end. So let's go into our homepage and let's switch over to localhost 3000. So this is the front end. So we have small.link at the bottom there. Um, and we have create secret. I modeled this based off of a thing called Hastebin, which is a very quick way to um, share about like share stuff with each other, and it's actually really good for what it is, and for a free public notice. Okay, so let's go back to our app here. I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller actually, so let's do that, some of that. So this is a link at the bottom left logo. So I'm actually gonna move this out and make it into its own component. I'm gonna call this logo.tsx. We'll actually make this, I think the convention in JavaScript is to make it uppercase. Oh, scusi. What do you mean it already exists? No, it doesn't. Lying piece of shit. Okay, that's a bug. Um, and so I just need to say const logo equals that functional component. And then let's copy this out, put it into here. Perfect. And then we just need to say export const logo. Actually, I'm gonna say we're gonna put this as a default export. Export default logo. There we go. So let's now grab this, and then we're just gonna say here to use the logo element. And then for that, we're gonna do import logo from components logo. And I wonder actually if I've set up the aliases in this already. Is the alias set up? No. Okay, so we'll just have to do it like this for now. And let's do that same thing on the share page. And we'll change this to logo. What does it say? Logo cannot be used as a JSON component, JSX component. It's okay. Did I get the same error down here? I did actually. Well, fuck you. I'll ask GPT to tell me what's wrong with that. I haven't done any React in a very long time. I'm getting this error. $4K. What can you tell me about this? Oh, seriously? Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So it just wants me to basically remove these braces here. So I think that should work now. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. And let's just do that as a refactor, and we'll say add logo, or say create logo component. And so now if we open up homepage and logo to the side, I just want to change the size of logo slightly down. So rather than 3XL, let's just make it XL. Great. And then I just want to make this text gray 200. What's the gray? Text gray 700, maybe? Okay, 600, 500. There we go. And then when it's text, or and then we'll say on hover, make it text gray 50. Nice. That's a little too bright. Let's make it text gray 200. How about 300? Yeah, that's what I like. Perfect. Okay, so let's commit that. Let's say style add hover effect to logo. Push those changes up. Okay, so the problem here was that this all works, right? So I can do this for minutes. Let's close this. And we run the database. We currently have nothing in there. So I'm gonna run here that what's a good secret? P is stored in the balls. Little known secret. A lot of people don't know it. And let's do a pass. Let's just do 1 minute. And let's do create secret. So did that work? Because that should have given me some sort of confirmation. It did work. Son of a bitch, why did you not give me a confirmation here? I know I had this running before. Okay, let's reload it. Let's say my secret. Oh, it's because this short link field is not going to be defined. Where is short link being defined from? Here. So data.shortlink doesn't exist, and it's data.id. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't change the contract actually. Um, yeah, maybe I should just keep this to short link like that. That's going to break a bunch of my tests. So let's bring it back to the tests. And we'll do ID. Fuck me. To match. So we're looking for two match statements. There we go. Short link. There we go. Good. Now let's just confirm that that works. Good. Tests are passing. And we'll commit that. We'll just say um, for chain, or this is actually refactor. Change response content back to short link instead of ID. There we go. And then here, We can remove that. And now, if I refresh the page and we do my secret, there we go. Good. And we got our copy button all there. Now we should add a clear button here and a confirm password. Okay, so let's do that. This is where O3 is going to come in clutch. So let's build up O3. Add another password field here to confirm the password. I want you to show an error if both of the passwords are not the same as a small red string underneath both fields if the passwords do not match. Remember that the user can also not set a password at all. There we go. Let's see what it brings back. Okay, so password, we'll say actually secret. Okay, so this part where it says passwords do not match, let's go to that part. Pass. Okay, password mismatch error. I don't like this actually. I'm gonna do this. I get it that it's a derived value, but I kind of don't like it like that. Only include the password if the user set one. Yep, that seems pretty correct. Great. And now this part here, we just need to make it not text center. So we'll do it to the left and we will make it text small, not text extra small. And we'll give it a slight indent. So let's do padding left 3. And then I want to do font bold. And let's add a exclamation mark on the error. Um, I don't even like the high margin. Let's do this. Nope, didn't really change anything. Let's do PL2 as well. And let's do negative margin top one. See what that does. Nope. Maybe negative padding one. Nope, still nothing. I wonder. So what's getting added here? Let's take a look at the component itself, what's being computed on it. So it is getting assigned a margin top, but from where? Um, is it from here? Where is it? Where's the margin top getting added from? Everything is getting a margin top from somewhere. So we just need to search for MT here. No, it's only short length that gets the MT. So maybe there's a gap going on somewhere. Padding 6, shadow max space Y. There we go. This is what's giving us that um, part here. So maybe I do agree with the text center, but I don't like this being to the left like that. It's kind of fucking annoying. React. Let me just search something. ReactJS ShadCN. I had to use ShadCN manual. They they straight up said fuck you to literally anybody who uses anything but the good ones. Ah, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I almost don't want to use ShadCN for this. So I think that is the better thing. Let's just check about what their forms look like. Oh, it looks so much sleeker than what I currently have. That's okay. I think the problem is that this isn't giving enough like backdrop to it. So I think where this is getting set, which is this BG part, we'll just change this to BG black. Whoops, wrong one. Not text area, this one, the form itself. We'll change this to BG black. Yeah, maybe BG gray 600. Yeah, I'm not sure. It just looks ugly. Maybe I need to do like a border white or something like that. And then border two. Let's do border one. Does not like a border one pixel. It's kind of better. I do want to do ShadCN at the end of it, so maybe we'll do ShadCN at the end of it. Passwords do not match, that's fine. What's the password here? Okay, so password. There we go. Create secret. So that's our front end. So now let's go and properly copy this. Nothing is happening with that copy button. Add confirm password field. So where's this copy button here? So we need to tell, make it so that the copy button makes a tooltip appear that notifies you that a copy has been to your clipboard. Okay, and let's describe that. And then figure out where they're using it. There we go. Const copy to clipboard. Secret, no password, create, copy. Didn't do the tooltip again. Let's just change this to true. Hmm. That's kind of fucking annoying. Yeah, no response. And the copy's not working either. Okay, so what's happening here? So on the share page here, we are running into issues because it's not actually loading the page. And I don't really know why it's not loading the page here. I don't even know how to phrase this question. There's nothing to show on why it's failing here. If we take a look at the front end, like it just looks like it's just rendering as normal. It might be because the router, I bet you it's likely because of the page router. Yeah. Um, Modify this so that the share route takes in a parameter. And we'll give it the example of what the share page looks like. I think that's what's going on here. Yeah. So we go here. There we go. Perfect. So let's confirm that that works again. So let's go back to the home page. Let's create a new secret. We'll call it Stanley. Create a secret. Copy this. Go to that. And we see Stanley. Perfect. Now let's go back to here. Let's do protected. And let's do password. Password. Good. Perfect. Now it does work. All right. So that's almost most of what I wanted to do, just making it actually functional. We're going to say fix accept path in. We're going to accept that path. We're going to accept short ID parameter and route. Okay, so now we're going to ask it to help us refactor some of this to use ShadCN. I want to refactor my React app to use ShadCN UI instead of my own components. How do I do that? I already kind of have an answer to that here. And I'm just going to copy paste the what they've told me here. This is what I read on their website. So should we just follow this and then you can help replace my custom components with their corresponding ShadCN components. I want to use the ShadCN forms as well as their buttons and text areas as well. Additionally, I want to use their tooltips when doing this stuff. Copy button action. Good. Let's see what it tells us. Reasoning. Oof. See, DeepSeek would tell you. But O3 Mini? No. No, 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 no. Okay. So let's open up a new terminal here. Term. And we'll go into client and we'll do pm, or I think in our case we're using npm, so we'll use npm install tailwind css animate. I've never heard of this one before. Class variance authority clsx tailwind merge and lucid react. I think I already have lucid react installed. Okay, so then let's configure our tsconfig. tsconfig in the client. And we'll do compiler options, base URL, That's going to be this present working directory, and paths is going to be, so we want to alias everything on the add path to our local directory, and y'all want you to search in there. That's basically what we're telling them. And then once that's done, then we need to go into Tailwind config here, and we basically need to remove all of this from in here because that's just the default Tailwind stuff, and we just replace it with this new stuff. There we go. Then we go to configure the styles. So I need to go into the CSS file, CSS, and we paste that in there. Then we do for DD. Good. And then we add, what's this thing? Add a CN helper. Okay. Utils.cs. Okay. Utils.cs. Or it says lib.tl.cs. Okay. libutils.ts. Libtod. I think that's what it means. Okay, great. That's that. Now we go to a components.json in the root of the project. I don't remember what root of the project means. So let's go to Mahir Mirshed, github.com, Mahir Mirshed. What do we want to look into here for? Study spots is the one I want. And I want to see if components.json is up here. It is. So that means that our components.json should live here. There we go. Perfect. That's it. You can now start adding things to your project. Great. So let's add the things into our project. Let's go into form, and there's an installation command. For npm we use this. But I think there's a step where we have to do an initialization, if I'm not mistaken. No, because we already have our components JSON. Good. So we need to do npm add into there. Okay, so we do npx ShadCN at latest add form. Okay, to proceed, yes. Perfect. Now do the same thing for button. I think it did install button, but I just want to make sure that it does install it. Button. Okay, so it does have it already, so I'll say no. Okay, great. So let's go to form. Where's form? Did form add, it only added button and label. I do need a text area. So we'll do the same command and we'll add a text area. There we go. And so I'm going to commit all of this here. And we're just going to say chore add ShadCN. And I'm just going to say ShadCN form components. Great. And then now let's refactor this with what GPT gave me. So show me this refactored with ShadCN instead. So 3.0.03 should be able to do this. We'll see. Oh, so there's also tooltip that we need to install. CD client, npx, ShadCN tooltip. There we go. We added that in there. Now we'll go to the home page, remove all that, and let's see how far this gave us. We'll probably have to modify it a little bit, but I think it got us probably around 90% there. Okay, it doesn't like the at syntax. Why? Um, that's a little weird. Would have expected this to work out of the box. Maybe I just need to refresh my page. So let's exit out. Let's go back in. Let's kill these instances. Kill them, bring them back here, go there, do just up. Perfect. So this should bring back our front end. It's going to kick us out of the database, but that's fine. They don't really care about that since we know it mostly works. Now, let's refresh this page to the home page. Okay, it says fail to resolve. Does the file exist? Huh. I'm tempted. Oh, that's where the components has been landing. Well, that will fucking explain why. Okay. Home page. That should work. No, it still doesn't work. What the fuck? Alright, screw it. We won't use the alias. Oh, and we need to add the input one. Let's do term. Okay, term. CD client source npx add input. Okay, so maybe that does mean that it needs to go into the other folder, or maybe I just had to configure something else here. Let me just quickly check this. CSS is in there, base color, zinc, prefix. Maybe that needs to be source. I'm not sure. Um, let's take a look at forms. Yeah, this is all gonna fail. That's so sad. Why is this not working? Um, I'm gonna ask GPT this real quick. Why am I getting these errors when my tsconfig looks like this? And a project structure like this. Tree client. Oh, fuck. Okay. Tree client source. I should say tree client and then ignore node modules. There we go. Maybe I can find out why. I always run into this issue. That's why I fucking hate TypeScript because I don't understand why these issues come up, and every time that they do come up, I never get a solid answer. What is it saying here? Update base URL. Oh, okay. tsconfig for the client. Change the base URL to source. Okay, let's see if that works. Nope, just up. Okay, we'll just add this into here. Oh, seriously? For fuck's sakes. Okay, let's see if that fixes it. Nope, maybe I have to bring it down. Just down and just up. Okay, so we do have that confirm password field, which is what we wanted. So now it's just ShadCN, auto pruning, and the rate limiting. So I think the auto pruning is probably the most important one. I don't think I'm going to do the rate limiting. It's not really any point to it. Okay, let's see what. Oh, oh, okay. Oh, that kind of worked. Not as great as I would have hoped, but it does work. Let's just whip this. Okay. I don't think the tailwind CSS is being imported correctly. Package. Let's do a build of this. So let's do client and then let's do npm build. npm run build. Yeah, it's still failing because of the import stuff. I did do that. I actually did do that. Update your root TS config. Yep, I know. Tree I node modules and cat TS config .json. Understand that I did do this. And does it use a separate tsconfig.app? It does. Cat tsconfig stock. Add an extends field pointing to your root one. Okay. So, okay. All right, you son of a bitch. Work. It does work. Fantastic. npm run build. cd. Oh, cd minus cd parents just up, or I'll say just down. And now I'm back up. And let's check that out. Fuck you. Fuck off. Seriously. That's so strange. So this is adding ShadCN, right? So what files are actually edited in this commit? Quite a few. So if I check out this commit and you just update your end. Ah, interesting. Maybe nope. The cache is disabled too. So it literally has no excuse not to work right now. Home page. That's weird. Okay, so it does work back up. Let's go back to this branch and go here. Check out this commit. Border, border. Where is border, border? Nope. Okay, so I must have fucked something up doing this. So let's go here and we'll just delete these two last commits. Okay, let's go back and try to redo this. So let's go to installation, manual, and let's read the dependencies. Okay, so let's run this command first. Term. So we go into our client project, we run this. Great. Now we go to our TS config, and then we do extends tsconfig.json. There we go. And then let's go back to the top, add, close that. Okay. Now we just need to configure our tailwind config to look like this. And then configure the styles. There we go. Now we just need to run just up to confirm that this works. So the reason might be that this Tailwind version might be different than what I was expecting, but I do see that it's saying version 3.4, and I'm pretty sure that border is a valid one in 3.4. So this is kind of weird to me on to why it's not working. So let's just change back the Tailwind config and see if that does anything here. So one thing that I am noticing here is that the content file part is changed. So that could be a huge indicator of to why this is not working as expected. Um, so yeah, let's consider that into the equation here. So let's go into Tailwind config and then just do a couple of backspaces here, and then we'll merge these two together. So I'm just going to add this part here. We're just going to do source components star star. Or actually, we don't even need that part because it's going to be captured within source. So I think this is fine. And so I just need to do just up here. And that should fix this, hopefully. There we go. Okay. That explains why. Okay, so this is all good as expected. So what was the other steps in here? Add a CN helper. So if we take a look at that other repo that I was taking a look at before, which is the study spots repo, we can take a look into here and see that I put the lib folder inside of the source folder. So I should just add a libutil.ts into here and then just paste that in here. Perfect. Then, in terms of the components file, we'll take a look at this one. So this is telling me that it's almost the same as the one that they're recommending here. And we're just going to make a few modifications on this one. So we'll do components.json, add that in here, and then we just need to modify this slightly. So we go into source index.css, yeah, tailwind, and then aliases, it's going to be at components. Okay, add lib components. So, okay. So this one's saying lib components. Now I wonder why that is. I do have the Lucid icons already installed. TSX, RSC, style New York, TypeScript. So we should add TypeScript equals true here. TypeScript true. Registry, that's fine. Yeah, I think this is all fine. Okay, so that's all set up here. Now we need to add our alias into here. So let's grab the compiler options. We'll go into our tsconfig.json and add this to the top. A comma, okay, good. Now we'll just confirm that that works by going into the home page and then just changing this over. So we'll do at. And then we just need to adjust our Vite config to the same thing. So, and then we'll do import path from path at the top. Import path from path. And then I'm going to put the plugins at the bottom. Okay, so that's running up. Now let's go to our webpage. Yep, looks like it's working perfectly fine. Great. This is still giving me an error here, but I don't think that's a legit error. I think that's just my environment's fucked. Because if I run term and then I do cd into client and then I do npm run build, yeah, we should see. What the fuck? pm build. No, it still doesn't like it. So we ran into an issue here, and we'll do cat tsconfig dot star, and then we'll do tree inode modules. Okay, let's just add skid again. What the problem is here. Oh yeah, that's right. tsconfig needs to be set for the base URL to source. Good, perfect. Now we do npm run build. Beauty. Okay. Now we can add this back in here. And we'll do chore add ShadCN. Okay, perfect. And then now let's add those components back in. cd client, and then we run our npx commands. Okay, input, form, button, tool, tip. Yeah, let's add all these in. Let's see what that gives us. Fantastic. Put it into the folder that we wanted it to as well. Much better this second time around. And now, now we just have to change this code out to what it gave us in terms of ShadCN code. Perfect. Now let's change this. Oh, we forgot to add text area. Good. And now we need to just refresh our page here. Radix UI. Does the file exist? No. Okay, it's telling us this error. I think that's pretty straightforward to solve. So I just have to do npm install at radix UI react slot. Okay. Hmm. Well, that's weird. Let's see. Well, that's what I have, yeah. So, I didn't know that was a command. npm ls radix UI react slot. Okay, it's in there. Um, okay, let's go to Vite and let's add this in here. See if that fixes it. So we'll do just down and just up. Nice. Nice. Yeah, it looks much better. Okay, so let's go back here where we were doing the border stuff. I want to remove a lot of this border stuff that we have here. So let's just quickly remove that. Um, yeah, so text white is fine. Let's just remove a lot of this border stuff that's going on here. Border, nope, nothing. Maybe we'll just do it like a border gray 200. Would be nice. And is it because of my dark reader, or is it something else? No, doesn't seem to be because of dark reader. So this is just how the website looks. I wonder what's the best way to do this. If what's the congruent color to this? Let me take a look. So if we go to coolors.co, let's do manage cookies. Come on, you son. All right, we'll do it in a different window. Coolors.co. Manage cookies. Reject all. Okay, start the generator. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Okay, let's change this up. 252 A33. Good. And then let's lock that and then let's space. Okay, periwinkle is not a decent color. Almond's nice. I like this. How does this look on that background? Um, let's just make this a little bit smaller so I can see it at the same time. I almost think khaki, like the khaki color is a nice one. So let's copy this. And I want to use this as my background here. So let's change this to BG that. See what that looks like. It's not bad. It's a little too bright for me. I would prefer something a little bit darker. So let's see what we can generate here. Powder blue. That's a nice color. A3B9C9. A3B9C9. And let's just make it a little bit darker. Maybe this one. Yeah, that's nice. And then olive? Is there an olive color? No. Blue? I want to take a look at the Nord colors. Nord color palette. Let me just move this over to the side here. Um, oops. 88C0D0. No, I think I don't like that as a background color. Um, Maybe I just don't have a BG at all. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's totally fine. So let's change this part. And instead of text white, I want to change it to this like little off color here. So let's change it to DADEE9. Nice. And then we'll do the same thing for the logo as well. So for the logo, we will make it um, that color as well. Now I know I can alias it, but I don't feel like doing that right now. Okay, so the BG here is fine, I guess. I don't know if I like the text white though. Let me experiment with making this font color something else. So let's say text um, 8FBCBB. Yeah, I like that. And then let's make the CTA the same color here. And then for the red, I'm going to change it not to this error red. I don't know why the cursor is flashing like that. BS616A. kind of like an earth tone red. Yeah. BF616A. Okay. And then for this, let's change this out to um, H1A1C1. I actually like that more for this one here as well. H1A1C1. Great. So let's change the text color part here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I'm gonna remove all this text white stuff. Oh, we're just gonna make this BG part here. BG gray 700. Oh, that doesn't work as I expected. Alright, so that's the gray. And I think I removed all the text whites. So now when this hovers, if this is that works as expected. Now that is working as expected. I don't really like this kind of shade to blue. So let's change that up slightly with a darker blue. So let's do 5E81AC. And let's see how that looks. Nice. Now for the tooltip color, now where's this minutes word coming from? Minutes select. So I'm using my own select. Maybe there is a select in here that I could be using instead. Yeah, there is. So let's use their select instead. Um, so let's go here. Uh, CD client npx ShadCN at latest add select. Okay, so now let's see what select looks like. So where's the part in our code that we have our select here? Um, Okay, there we go. Okay, nice. Okay, so that's working. That's looking really nice. Um, so we just need to change these out. So I don't think that we need to have a specific width constraint on this, so we can remove this part. Yeah, there we go. And then for this part, we will just change this out. Um, yeah, we'll just change this out. But I do want to put actually a background on this. So let's do a class name and we'll say BG Gray 700. Oh, nice, okay. And then placeholder will be, what's the placeholder? I forgot what the placeholder was previously. I think the placeholder just becomes whatever the current value is. So it would be expiration unit. Yeah. And then for this part, we don't need it to be, we'll actually set it to be 2. I'm gonna have to space them equally. So I guess this should just change into M, this D, this should actually be H. So I want the H first, and then this D, and I'll do days, hours, minutes, and I think that's what we want. I'm just gonna ask confirmation from GPT. Is this the correct translation? Okay. Placeholder equals select time unit, and then select will say value equals expiration unit on value change. Fantastic. Oof. What happens? On click, copy the keyboard, copy the clipboard, yep. Why is this sending me there now? Oh, okay. There's a tooltip error here. Okay. Now, where's that copy button? So we need to change this as well to use a ShadCN component. I think. Let me just confirm that in my head. I think this is just a card, a case of we use card here. Yeah, let's add a key X to key L2. Let's do PL3. Yeah, and then this one, we will do this one as the same kind of color scheme as the other ones. A1, A1, C1. Five E 81 AC. Great. And let's not make it rounded. Actually, how can I make it rounded none? Rounded left. Rounded none? Yeah, okay, so I think it's just rounded right none. Nope. Rounded left none? Yeah, there we go. Oh, we just need to reduce the rounding. So we just say rounded XS or rounded small. Yeah, there we go. And then I just say rounded smallet. Perfect. Awesome. Look at that. Nope, I didn't copy the correct thing. Okay, that's weird. Um, where's the part that's actually displaying this? Front end. Okay, front end base URL. So this part here just needs to become um, that same thing here. And let's just copy that into this part. String interpolation JS. How do you do template literals again? I am doing that. Oh, it's because you need to have the $sign in there. Perfect. Now if I do that copy, now it works. Great. Add the ShadCN components. Style, change logo color. And then we just say use ShadCN components instead. Perfect. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. I'm gonna continue working on this for a little bit more, and hopefully by the next time it is all ready to go and I can show you around. I'll be streaming this Thursday. I'll be adding some background music hopefully to these streams. I have to figure that stuff out, and I'll probably be working more on my personal blogging website. So come into that if you have any questions. I'd love to talk about some of the stuff currently happening down in the States. And yeah, I guess I'll see you until then. Take it easy.